Hello, everybody. How you guys doing tonight? You guys know what time it is. Today, it's our weekly Friday night art stream. So, yeah, we're making art today. As I already told you guys yesterday, once we're done with we already finished Final Fantasy 2 by the way. In yesterday's stream, we finally defeated the Emperor. But we are not going to be playing Final Fantasy 3 when when we when we start playing again. Instead, we're just gonna be waiting for a little while for a game that I've been eager to try out. That being Clair Obscure Expedition 33, which is also a turn-based game for you all. But anyways, good evening, everybody. How was your day today? My day was pretty random, by the way. Just woke up. Just woke up today. Had some food and started preparing myself for Comic-Con. You know, the usual. Just prepared, just being over prepared and stuff. But anyways, all of you here in chat, good evening and welcome to the weekly Friday night art streams where I draw whatever the fuck I want for your viewing pleasure, and I am your host. Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. For tonight's art stream, we're not gonna put anything on a wheel like we did last time. No. Today we're gonna do something wild, chat. So, I asked myself a couple days, okay, everybody has a favorite car, People like them Toyotas and their Mazda and their Hondas and all that shit. But there is one car that I have always, always, always loved ever since I was a kid. And unfortunately, ever since every single time I see that car, I'm always reminded of its price tag and the sheer inability that I have to get such a car. That car is none other than a Lamborghini Gallardo. Design wise, it's my favorite car. Like I just love that car so much, and that ever since that time, ever since I laid eyes on that car for the first time, that has always been my dream car. And we may actually get the car here in cyberspace if I ever decide to play Need for Speed, Most Wanted, or Carbon, since those are the most based ones. But, anyways, I'm gonna show you guys what I'm cooking tonight. Let me get it. Let me get the blueprints real quick. All right, here they are. All right, chat. These are the blueprints. This was the teaser that I placed on. This was the teaser that I placed on Twitter. This was the picture that I posted on Twitter as a teaser of what I was gonna draw today. And today we're just gonna do that. We're gonna draw. We're not gonna draw the car itself. What we're gonna do is we're gonna draw something here that I'm pretty sure nobody even dared comment, which because I'm a small content creator, obviously. So I will say, I will admit, I didn't draw the car nor the logo or anything. All of this was just graphic design. There is one thing that I actually did draw, and it's the anime girl literally next to the cars. This I drew. This I actually drew. So yeah, tonight's teaser is not about the car, but about the lovely lady next to the car. It's her right there. I drew her in an A pose because You know, it's supposed to be a concept, so that is the reason why I made her as with an A pose. But yeah, we're gonna be drawing her today. So I'm just showing you guys the blueprint so that you guys can get an idea of what are we gonna do today. In the case of the Lambo, you're probably asking yourselves, what the hell does this random anime girl have to do with a Lambo? Well, here's the thing, chat. That girl you see there, she is the Lambo. So I literally did the unthinkable. I turned a Lamborghini Gallardo into an anime waifu. That's what I did, chat. So that's what's gonna be tonight's stream. So in tonight's stream, what we're gonna do is we are just going to make this lovely lady sitting on a Lambo, not outside, but you know, on the inside of a Lambo and stuff. But yeah, this is what we got so far. We already got the concept. I already know the colors that I'm gonna be using. I already know pretty much how the character is going to be. There is one thing that I am missing though, and the thing that I'm missing is, of course, you know, the logos and all that shit. Yeah, that's the only thing that we're gonna be missing from the whole composition. And believe me, those are going to be important. So yeah, at least you guys have an idea of what are we gonna draw today. But anyways, that was the whole teaser. It wasn't the Lambo itself that we were gonna draw. It was this gal right here. And she has a name, by the way, but I will get to that once we start drawing. At least you guys could get a clear idea. But yeah, that's gonna be tonight's art stream. Let me just take these blueprints out for you guys at home. And yeah, we're just going to how should I say? We're just going to be yapping a little before we actually start drawing, you know? Actually, now that I think about it, while we do that, I should start getting the assets and stuff. Actually, no, we already have those on the character model, yeah. Yeah, we already got those. We already got the folder with all of the we already got the folder with all of the logos and shit that we're gonna be using for tonight's stream. But I already have an idea of what I'm gonna do, chat. Also, I do want to remind you guys of something as well. We are getting extremely close to 50 followers here on Twitch, meaning that we're only missing 3 people in order to beat our goal of 50 followers. And if we got one more if we got one more person watching us consistently, we can turn affiliate, and I can talk to Link Stella so that you guys get some cool emotes. But that's gonna take a while. It's not gonna be immediate, so yeah. Also, I already finished the I already made good progress on YouTube video as well. I know I keep yapping about the YouTube video this, the YouTube video that. But you guys have to understand, I'm a one-man army. Editing, streaming, managing my social media, it's a lot of work. So I cannot even hire an editor because, you know, I don't have that kind of budget. That's the reason as to why I'm doing all this shit myself. So yeah, that's the reason why I haven't hired an editor as much as I wish. Besides, I already got the script and everything that I'm gonna be doing for my video. I just only hope that this video actually does well, you know? because I've been putting a lot of work into it and it's not easy. But enough of me yapping around. You guys are here to see some art. You guys are here to see a character, some colors. So that's exactly what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna put myself in my little corner over here. There we go. And now I'm going to place the color picker. Oh, just look at that! How convenient. Even the soundtrack itself is a racing soundtrack. That's from Ridge Racer 4, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, let me show you guys what I got. As you guys already know, we're gonna be using Clip Studio Paint for, as always, for our Friday night art stream. And I'm going to show you guys the reference that we are going to be using. So 3, 2, 1. This is our reference, chat. This is our reference. You guys cannot see her well, so I'm gonna zoom in real quick so you guys can see the character. So this is the character that I'm gonna be doing. This gal right here. As you guys can see, yes, she does have the Lambo logo everywhere on her hat, on her uniform as well, even on her gloves. So yeah, we're gonna be using this logo pretty much everywhere on her character design. We already got the character concept. That's good, which is good. It's already a good start. And the question is, how am I going to draw this character? Like, do I have a specific pose or anything? Well, chat, we're gonna be drawing her sitting on the passenger seat of the Lambo, which, I mean, yeah, it's her own car. Of course, she's gonna be. So it's like, imagine if like you're in your car and you have a personal assistant. Pretty much that's what the artwork is gonna be about. So pretty much it's like you're having a Lambo, and then Gala over here is your personal assistant, because she is the Lambo herself, you know. So that's why. However, we're gonna be faced with a challenge because we need to find a picture of a Lambo. So I'm gonna be looking for a Lamborghini 3D model that has the interior. We're not looking for the because we're not looking for like the model itself. We're looking for the interior of the car. So that's what I'm gonna be looking. That's what I'm gonna be looking for. Just the interior, so I can take a picture of it, and we can start. And then we can start. It's all about composition, chat. It's literally about composition. I saw a good model here. Let me see if I want to see if this thing has a. Oh god, that's a low. That's a no. Never mind. It's not a. It's not a low res model. I just want to see the inside. That's all. Never mind. That one's empty. Yeah, I'm looking for right now. I'm looking for Lambo, and I'm looking for the model itself to have the interior of it. So I want to apologize in advance because it may take a while. So yeah, what about this one? Alright, that one seems like it has the interior. Because the purpose is not that it's not only that the car itself looks good, but I also want to make sure that the interiors are accurate as well, which is what we're looking for on the Lambo itself. Are the I think the chairs on that Lambo are way too low. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Unless the chairs are that, no, they're not that low. I know that for sure. I know what a Lambo looks like. So yeah. I even managed to see the interior of a Lambo once. That's why I fell in love with said car. I chat, I found a good looking Lambo interior. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. I found the interior of a Lambo car. Let's fucking go. Maybe put this in full screen so that way we can... Oh yeah, we found the perfect interior, chat. So I'm just gonna print screen this. And let's see if it... Oh hell yeah, there we go. Wait, chat, here we go. We got the interior over here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a composition right now. And we're gonna turn this artwork into... We need this artwork to be... How should I say? We need this artwork to be longer. And the good thing about 3D models is that it can help you with the composition as well, because you can move the 3D model, you can move the head and everything. So you can make the character be on the scene, you know? That's what I like about you. That's the reason as to why I always tend to use 3D models on Clip Studio, because they can help you with compositions like these. So anyways, what we're gonna do is we are going to do an edit here, and we're going to change the canvas size, the height, and the width. I think the width should be... Yeah, there we go. And then the artwork that we just took a picture of. You can try to squeeze that in until we get a size that we are comfortable with. Now that I think about it, chat, we really don't need that. We really do not need that big of a canvas. Yeah, this is adequate. We don't need that big of a canvas. All right. Let me move the canvas a little bit here. Yes, I do want to apply that transformation. Oh, don't crash. Do not crash. Not like this. Okay, there we go. Oh, that doesn't look bad at all. Hold on a second. Maybe we can zoom in a little. There we go. Hey, look at that, chat. Hey. That looks cool. All right, let's we're gonna edit it once more, and we're going to go to change canvas size. We're gonna hide this over here. And we also have to hide this part of the composition because that is not important. So that means that our gal over here has to be a little bit lower. Yeah, there we go. Or we can... Okay, yeah, it works like... Yeah, this works wonders. Oh yeah, definitely. This is what we're trying to do with the composition, chat. Hi, chat. What do you think of the composition so far? This is going to be our blueprint, if you will. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to draw the character, which we already have here. We're going to be using her as reference. This is the character concept, by the way. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to do just that. Just going to... Just gonna put our Gala over here. And I'm not gonna lie, chat. This is gonna be pretty fucking difficult. I don't know why. The good thing about this chat is that all of the elements are already in the character, so we don't have to worry too much about getting the Lamborghini logo or the Gallardo logo or any of that shit, because we already have it here. Although there are a lot of things that we should worry about, though. There are things that we should worry. For example, that an example being the drawing of the hat. I have a feeling that it may not fit. And another thing that we can do, chat, is that we can, outside of the window, we can place like a city, we can place like a city night, like a city night or something. Yeah, it's like you're strolling Miami in a fucking Lambo. So yeah, chat, that is going to be what we're going to be doing today. We are going to be turning this gal into a full picture. So I feel like the hardest thing from all of this is going to be drawing the skirt. That skirt does not look easy to draw, and we're gonna struggle a little bit with that. But that's the fun of art. The fun of art is to overcome those struggles. First and foremost, I do want to draw the girl herself, and then we'll just draw the compensation. So we're just gonna ignore the background, and we're gonna start drawing Gala, which is her. All right, let me get my brushes real quick. Okay, gonna make another layer. Remember, guys, every single time you use a 3D model, always lower the opacity to 50%. Because if you don't do that, the next time you draw, yeah, you're gonna have the lines, but they're not gonna be visible. By having the layer that layer of 50%, you can clearly see exactly what you're doing, you know? That's why it's very important as to why you should have it in 50% opacity. But anyways, new layer, as you guys already know. We're not gonna draw the character immediately. What we're gonna be drawing is the character model. I always use these as a point of reference every single time. So I'm just gonna do that. And if you don't like how the character looks, always mess with the settings too. Like if you don't like a character's head, just make the head big. If you think your character's head is too small, like I thought of when I made Gala, just make the head bigger so that it's a little bit more appealing to that anime art style. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. I always start with a circle in order to have a point of reference, and then afterwards, I draw some lines, just to know where the character's expression is gonna be. And if you think that a pose is too wonky, like for example this one, do not be afraid to change the head shape as well. Like the head right now, to me, this head looks kind of wonky, and it's because the circle is unaligned. I don't like how the circle right here looks. Maybe the circle is too big or it's too small. You can always adjust it to your heart's content. Don't be afraid to make those changes either. I always like to explain whenever I draw something so that you guys can also try it at home if any of you, just like to draw with me. So, yeah. Just a bit of a tip for you guys, And you don't have to do like me, you don't have to get a fancy drawing tablet, and you don't have to get all of these other gear just to be a good artist. All you need is All you need to be a good artist, chat, it's just a paper and a pencil. And a bit of determination too. That's all you need. And you're gonna, the more you do it, the better of an artist you're gonna be. Don't be like those artists on Twitter who gave up and started using AI. That's just absolutely cringe. Remember, kids, winners don't use AI. Alright. So as I can see, the chin over here is a little wonky, so I'm gonna have to do that. There we go. And honestly, chat, I don't think there's anything wrong with tracing a 3D model. If it's a 3D model or a picture that you own, you know, a picture that is yours, then you can feel free to trace it. But if the picture itself, if you do not own the picture and you want to trace it, I would only say trace something for practice, you know, to try to get an art style. But just do not trace it blindly, you know. Do not trace an artwork blindly. Try to learn the art style itself. That is the reason as to why a lot of artists can that is the reason why a lot of people can adapt into so many art styles. It's because it's not that they just mindlessly trace an art style. It's because they understand how the art style is composed. I wish I had the ability to make any art style. If that were the case, I would have drawn like Tetsuya Nomura right now. All right, we got the head down. Okay, so next thing on the artwork. Wait a minute. Okay, never mind. Next thing on the artwork that I usually like to do, and this is something that I have learned from a YouTuber, from a YouTube channel. Well, here's the crude reality about art, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you do not want to hear this whenever you're making your art journey. I'm gonna lead you guys to the cold hard truth. Whether you guys like it or not, artists that draw the forbidden arts, or as you guys like to call it, off-brand, they understand their anatomy from the back of their hand, which is the reason as to why they have the ability to exaggerate it whenever they draw pretty much whatever they want. It's because they already have an understanding of how to draw the anatomy. They know the rules of anatomy and they know how to break it. DJ, okay, there we go. I thought I was gonna lose my DJ for a minute. But anyways, as much as you try to avoid it, you're gonna find art like that everywhere. Nobody's safe from it. Alright. So something that another thing. Another thing that I also suggest you guys do, always follow these guidelines. Like for example, here, this is the collarbone. This right here. So if you take this out, like if you take the whole body out from this mannequin, you already have a head shape, which is the reason as to why they always put these guidelines on the 3D models. Because if I want to draw something and I don't want to draw the whole body, I can just draw the head. Just eliminate all this and boom, I have a head. Teddy Mug, welcome to chat. As you already saw, we're turning a Lamborghini into an anime. Oh, what am I doing? We're turning a Lambo into an anime waifu. We already got the concept right here, which I literally made yesterday after the Final Fantasy stream was over. And we already got the composition of what we're gonna do today. This is gonna be the pose. This is gonna be the background, which is literally the inside of a Lambo. That's what we're gonna be doing tonight, Chad. Where was I? Oh yeah, as I was saying. You guys do not like to hear it, but yeah, artists that draw the forbidden arts, or as you guys like to call it, off-brand, they are some of the best artists out there. Simply because they understand anatomy and they know how to break it. Who knows? Maybe you guys can learn a thing or two from them. For example, let me show you guys something that I learned. And this only I learned from someone who draws that shit a lot. Whenever you're making female characters, let's just say that you need to draw the breasts, but you're kind of struggling, right? Whenever you're drawing the breasts and you're struggling a lot, something that I see them do is they always make a line like this. And you're probably asking yourself, what's the point of this line? That's not gonna help me at all. Oh, you sweet summer child. Because you draw this, you combine all of this, and that line, this line over here that you just drew, that line, you can just don't draw the circle like I'm doing. Don't do that. But what you can do is that you can draw the line, and look at that. You already have a clear guide of how the character's chest size is going to be. Simply for doing this trick alone. Obviously, I don't need to do that because I've already been doing a lot of characters, so but for any of you that are new, you guys can try it out as well. Also, yes, she's gonna, for those of you asking in chat, yes, she's going to have all of these logos all over the place. She's gonna have the Lamborghini and the Gallardo logo. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just doing the wireframe of the character herself. And like I said, the hardest part is gonna be the fucking skirt. Believe me, that's the one thing that took me hours to make. And I still think it doesn't look that good. But if you guys need to, like, make stuff... Oh, I need some shoulders. Draw some circles. It's really not that hard. Draw some circles again. And then through that, connect all of those circles. And you already got yourself anatomy. That is basic anatomy 101. Just use shapes, pretty much. Sure, it's not like the mannequin itself, but it does give you a good, it does give you like a good, how should I call it? Gives you a good perspective on how anatomy works. So here, I am just going to draw these lines. These are the lines from the hands. I don't need to focus too much on them because the hands are hidden. But at least we got the majority of it done. So we have nothing to worry about. If you need to draw something like this, you can always make the circles transparent. You don't have to draw them like this. But if it helps you with the composition, then it helps, you know? Or you can always do like me and just trace the character model. But most importantly, do not, and I repeat, do not forget these guidelines. They are extremely important and they're going to help you in the long run. Because that way you can compare and you can separate 3D models from 2D models. Because the 3D models, by having these lines, they're going to be a bit more three-dimensional. It gives you like a 3D perspective on the character that you're trying to make. See how this ball joint looks? Look at that. If I already put it in 3D, I already know that that's the joint from the shoulder. And it doesn't even have like the neck connected either. So If I do this and connect it with the neck, boom. Okay, now I know it's connected to the neck. That is a shoulder. But yeah, the most important lines to always follow are always these red ones when it comes to 3D models. The red lines are always the most important ones. So yeah, that's something that also do not be afraid to use these models. If the program has it, it's because it encourages people to use them. So that is the reason as to why I use these models all the time. So I can help me with the composition. And also I don't have to look for poses on the internet when I already have the composition with my model itself. All right, for those of you drawing hands, I got a trick from you. I learned this from Chomang Drawing. Okay, just make the composition, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got that. And remember this rule. It's the rule that goes 1, 2, not 2. So in the case of Chomang Drawing, it's always like this. Na tour. Of course, if it's straight fingers like these, it's gonna be a little difficult to replicate. But as you can see, there's little bumps in those fingers. So it is possible to kind of replicate that. Like this little bump that is barely noticeable. You guys can clearly see it right over here. So if you're struggling, follow that bump. You should go 1, 2. Na tour. And then you draw the end of the circle. You draw the end of the finger. Like so. Same goes for the other one. 1, 2. Shit, I clicked right click by accident. Fuck. Anyways, let's continue. Na tour. And remember that this is not like the artwork itself. This is just the wireframe pose. So always draw these lines as well. If you already have experience with drawing the lines for your 3D art, that's all right. At least you understand the 3D concept. But if you're struggling, then yeah, this is a good way. Same goes for the thumb as well. Stop there. Na tour. And then you draw the finger. There we go. These I always like to do bow joints for them, but sometimes it's not that necessary. Yeah, sometimes it's not necessary to draw the bow joints for these ones. Like so. There we go. Remember to always draw the line so that you get a 3D perspective. There it is, chat. It's a little wonky, but you at least you know that this is a hand. You know very well that this is a hand. And just to make sure it is not AI, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingers. It doesn't have an extra finger unless you, I don't know, unless you want the character to have 6 fingers. So therefore, not tour, not tour, and then you have another finger. Like, why would you want the character to have another finger? I have no idea. I don't know. Character designing is kind of weird sometimes. You guys already see what I'm drawing, so that already gives you an idea. Anyways, another bow joint over here. There we go. Connect this. Just a little bit. There we go. Guidelines. The reason why I like drawing these guidelines is because they always give. It's because it makes it easier to draw the figures. That's the reason as to why. And also, red ones extremely important. Gray ones may not be important, but sometimes they are. Believe me, they are. Do not ignore the gray ones either. Like this one, for example. This one's connected to the neck. This one is important. This red line in the center. This is what determines your character's pose. This right here. This is the entire. This is how you follow the entire composition. Like I know from this line over here that is what the character is missing. Like that is the character's center stage, and that red line is also on the head itself. Here we can draw the legs. Chat, how thick do you guys want the character to be? Do you guys want her to be equally as thick as the concept itself? Or do you guys think we should reduce the thickness a little bit? I feel like we can make her thicker, but I don't know. And then of course, you got the back of the character. Yeah, make just a little bit thicker. There we go. Sometimes you don't have to follow the lines if you don't want to. You can always just do your own thing. Play with the character. What I encourage to people, do not always trace the lines all the time. Sometimes play with the character's proportions, you know. Give the character more dynamic more dynamic look. If you need to add dynamism to the character, you can always go back to the character model. And you can always have like the anime perspective, which is this pretty much. You can always get the character away from the camera. You can always get the character closer to the camera. That is what the perspective is always for. Do not exaggerate on the perspective that much either, because then your composition is going to look kind of weird. And I don't want that for you guys, so. Using these models is pretty good, but it is also a little risky. That's why. But anyways, like always, following these lines for the 3D model, 3D composition. And these lines on the legs are also pretty good because let's say your character has, for example, your character has stockings. At least you know where the area of the stockings is. That is the reason as to why the lines are so unbelievably fucking important. Just because of that reason only. But anyways, let's keep drawing Gala, why don't we? Now, you don't want to draw breasts like these. Do not draw them like that. Sometimes you want to think outside the box. You know, like so. Maybe your character has an outfit like this. The reason why I'm drawing them now, it's so they can serve as a guideline. That's the reason why. But as you guys can see, there they are. Or if you don't like how they look, you can always keep trying until you get something that you are satisfied with. Now, when I take the model out, there we go. And now for the body. Like always, follow the red line as a guideline. And remember that this is for a lot of you out there if you don't already know how to draw a pose or if you're having trouble with a specific pose. In my case, I have always had a trouble with sitting poses. I really like drawing standing poses, which is why I'm having a bit of issues with this pose as of currently. But anyways, we got the wireframe pose already. We already got all of the wireframe pose. Except for this area. We're just gonna do that. And remember, you don't have to follow the pose exactly as it tells you, you know? There we go. All right. We got the wireframe and we got the pose. Now we drawing. And remember, always lower the opacity to 50%. The reason why these lines are extremely important on the head, it's because these lines are where you place the eyes. You want the eyes to be close to the ears as possible. Even in the concept, you can see that the eyes are next to the ears. Literally next to the ears. Like you can see that this let me get another color, a brighter color. There we go. You guys can see the tip of the need another layer for this. I'll just use the same layer. You guys can see that the tip over here of the ear, and you can see like the tip of the eyes. Notice how they're both on the same length. Mostly, that's what you should be doing for your characters. My character's ears are yay big, so you want your eyes to be around maybe I'd say this range or the other. Basically, you want your characters to have this on the eyes. It's all about measurements, you know? So that is the reason as to why I place the eyes there. They are centralized, yes, which is the reason why I tended to use those lines a lot. You can always lower the lines if you're not content, but it is a good guideline to know. That is also the nose is also close to the ears. Below the nose, that's where you put the mouth. But yeah, this is common character creation 101. This is basically how when it comes to drawing faces, you're gonna have an easier time drawing them. Always position the ears, the eye, like the ears, always position them at the very, not at the very top, like over here. Jesus Christ, hell no. That's where your earbrows are supposed to be, which is why they're there. That is the reason why the eyes are here to begin with. So yeah, a bit of a tip that I wanted to give you guys, pretty much. In other words, as you guys saw from the mannequin, you guys can see that the nose is on the ears, on the middle side of the ears. So if I were to take the eyes, actually, I'm gonna do that. Let me open up the folder for Gala and let me take her eyes real quick. Copy those for a minute. Get them out of the folder. Another way that I like to make anime eyes most of the time, I always like to make them. I always like to follow a certain composition. I always like to do, for example, this, and this. They are the same exact shape. The only reason why those eyes look different is because I like to add other shapes like these. And let me I put some lashes. Oh, I want to add some black to the eyes. Oh, wait, I don't like how it looks. Why is that? Because it doesn't have the lashes. That is why you always see those eyes that for some reason they look incomplete to you regardless of what you do, and it's because you do not have the lashes on them. We add the shine like so. See the difference? Of course, they're not gonna be like this because those ones I already did like long time. But at least you have an idea of how to make eyes as well, or at least you know how I make eyes. It's really not that hard, to be honest. It really isn't. Just follow a shape that you want to make eyes of, and follow that shape. That's literally what I learned when it comes to eye making. Just follow that specific shape and make a shape with said eyes. That is usually how I like to make my eyes, by doing that constantly. Oh yeah, and don't forget to add lashes to the eyes either. That is extremely important. That is what most of the time makes the characters appealing as well. See, even with a random ass shape like this, you can still make something cool. So usually the shape that I do is an acorn shape, kind of like this. Like just draw an arc and then one, two. That is the shape that I like to use for most of my artwork. This shape right here, at least for my eyes, that is. So these eyes, I already have these eyes made, but I want to remake them again. Oh, there's nothing to transform there. So these eyes that I have, these beautiful eyes that I have, I want these eyes to be in the composition. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab one of these eyes. I'm gonna grab these eyes, and then I'm gonna click free transform so that I can put some dimension to them. They don't have to be this tall though. I'm not gonna make my eyes to be this tall on the character. And this is not gonna be drawn like that, just so you guys know. I'm just using this as a guideline. Like move the eyes like so, and then opacity. If you have eyes, this should not be that hard to you. And now I just do the outline of the eye. I'm just drawing the lashes and everything else. Okay, and then I'm gonna grab the paint bucket tool, paint that. And I don't want her to look at the front. I want her to look on the side. So that is why I'm going to make this eye over here. That is why the eye looks a little different though. There we go. All right, we have the eye, and we're gonna have the other one. Let me draw the initial shape. And that is when I draw a circle for the other eye. It's not gonna look that good now, but there we go. There's your eyes, chat. Let me just add the lashes. Can't forget about those. So you guys can see I already have kind of like a pose for the head shape, and only solely because I decided to follow the guidelines that were provided to me here. The rest is gonna be mostly on compositing, but it's mostly gonna be when it comes to all this, you know, when it comes to it's mostly gonna be it's mostly gonna be shading. The reason why it's gonna look better. In our case, you guys know Gala has a cap on her. If you guys are having trouble when it comes to making a cap, always look for references. So that is what I like to do. I always like to use references. How to draw cap. You can always place this on Google Images. Anywhere you go, doesn't matter. You can always check the references. If you're having trouble drawing something from one angle or a different angle, don't be afraid to look for those references, as they're always helpful. Do not keep yourself do not stay with doubts, pretty much. It's what I'm gonna be saying to you guys. Or if you have some of these items in your house, always use them. You know, always use those items if you have them laying around your house, and position them in a way where you can get a clear reference. So in the case of Gala, I feel like the eyes are positioned way too high. So I'm gonna place them here. There we go. And I want them to be, there we go. Like I said, you don't always have to follow the reference. And always follow the nose as well, where the nose is positioned. New Rave, welcome in. If you guys don't know what we're doing, we are turning a Lamborghini Gallardo into an anime waifu. This is the concept that I did. This is the concept art that I did yesterday after stream was over. We got the composition already, which is pretty much gonna be this. We're making the character and we're making the pose, and then we're gonna do all of this other stuff in the background. And if we won't finish today, we're gonna be doing part 2 on this art stream. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're gonna be doing tonight. In the case of the mouth, usually you want the mouth to follow. Oh, nice. I'm gonna watch while I play TCG. I'm on level 74. All right. Which TCG we talking about? We're talking Yu-Gi-Oh, or we're talking Pokemon TCG Pocket. Because if it's TCG Pocket, then tomorrow I'm gonna have a tournament, and I'm already prepared. But yeah, right now, when it comes to the mouth, I usually like to draw them like this, and then add a bottom lip to it, pretty much all the time. But I don't want her to be looking. I don't want her to be looking stoic. Oh, TCG Card Shop Simulator. I think you streamed it a while ago. Oh yeah, based. I fucking love that game. Let me save this real quick because I don't want to lose my progress just in case something happens. I'm just gonna call this. Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. This anime waifu, I already know what I'm gonna call her. Her name is Gala, because get it, Lamborghini Gallardo, Gala. You guys get it. Anyways, so yeah, TCG Card Shop Simulator. I should get back to that game. We're gonna play that game next week because we already finished Final Fantasy 2, and I'm not gonna be playing Final Fantasy 3 yet because I'm waiting for Clair Obscur. But hey, level 74, that's pretty good. Alright, let me draw. I'm gonna try to draw the hat, which in my opinion, the one thing that is gonna be the most difficult drawing here is the fucking hat. Holy shit, the hat. Sometimes if you need to download a 3D model, don't be afraid to download the 3D model. They're there for a reason. So in my case, let's just say I need to go somewhere to add a 3D model. They're there for a reason, chat. If somebody says, oh, you're not a good artist because you're tracing on 3D models, here's the thing, chat. Clip Studio assets, Clip Studio Paint in general, a lot of the time encourages you to use these 3D models solely for that purpose. So I feel that tracing should not be condemned if it's used correctly. Because if you're tracing on an artwork that is not yours, then you're gonna get in trouble, and you have every single reason for people to absolutely hate you because it's an artwork that you don't own. But if it's an artwork, if it's like a 3D model that everybody can use, or if you are a graphic designer, you should have no problems with that because graphic designers trace all the time pretty much, and they never get in trouble for that. It's like it's their job. Let me just get a cap. Let me see if I can get a cap 3D model. I want is it a baseball cap? No, it's not a baseball cap. That's a vector image. Can't use that one. And if you don't download a 3D model, then that's okay. You know, you can always grab another mod. You can always like search references on the internet. They're there for a reason, and you shouldn't be afraid of using them. Not at all. And if you're tracing during your free time, use it as practice. Do not post that shit online unless you want people to absolutely roast you. Unless you're a masochist, you know? Other than that, I do not encourage any of you to do that whatsoever because, you know, I really do not want you guys to get in trouble. Hi chat, I found an image material. I found a vector cap. This cap is perfect because it's the same one that my character has. So I'm gonna be downloading that. I'm not gonna turn it into a brush. Jesus Christ. It's downloading currently. So yeah, if you need to download items and stuff, and you need to make your character, and you need to trace something for your character. Again, do not be afraid to do it. Let me see if I can find something. This is also this is material, yes. Oh yeah, there it is. I'm gonna place this. Oh, you can't even place that there. Okay. Okay, never mind. It says it there, material. But this is for the material thing. It's just for materials in general. So does that mean I can't put it as a DJ? Did I say you could stop? Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyways. But yeah, most of the materials are not going to be accepted on most of the materials are not going to be accepted on your brush sets and shit. So you're going to have to improv. So on that shit, you're going to have to improvise when it comes to materials and stuff. Like for example, in my case, I cannot put the vector cap that I have on the brush sets themselves because it is not considered a brush set. So yeah. And you're probably asking yourself, wait, if that's the case, where the fuck do I put where the hell do I put the thing I downloaded? Well, there is a thing called image material, which is not always which is not always bad, so you can always dunk it in there. Assuming the website even lets you, you know. So get that, put it in image material, and there you go. And the next time you check image material, it's there. So now I can always grab this hat. Then I can flip horizontal. It's a whole material, so yeah. And the hat itself does not look that good, so I'm not going to use this hat specifically, like the outline. No, I'm not gonna use the outline of the hat. But anyways, this is the hat itself. At least I know how it's gonna look on my character because my character uses a hat. Like Gala over here, she uses a hat. Just play with the sizes and all that stuff. And if you think it doesn't look good or you think it's not gonna fit the character at all, you can always get other materials. It doesn't really matter. For example, this one right here, I do not like this so far. So this cap right here, be gone. The hat needs to be positioned up. That is the reason as to why that material is not good. So because I want the hat to be up. So if you wanna find another one, just keep finding it. Until you get something that you're satisfied with. Or in my case, I can always just get another one. I can get a cap myself and just position it to the way I really want. Which I am going to do that. So I will be right back. Sorry about that, chat. Anyways, let's just say you can't find the right reference, right? You're looking everywhere online. You can't search the reference. Well, there's only one thing you can do, and that is boom. There we go. There we go. We got a reference. This is a reference that I took minutes ago while I was AFK, and you guys can see how it can help in this situation. Always lower the opacity. So now you guys can see how the reference helps greatly with the composition. Because I know that Gala's cap is like the cap part. This part is a little bent, but at least we know what the composition is going to be about. So we and also references like these help because I know that the ponytail is going to be here. In this part right here. Maybe move this a little bit. There we go. She's not a tomboy, in case you guys are wondering. So no, we're not making a tomboy. Remember, you don't have to always follow the reference that you're doing. You guys sometimes have to improvise. Wrong layer. There we go. Oh yeah, that's another thing I wanted to tell you guys. Always watch your damn layers. You don't want to be caught drawing in the wrong layer all the time. If you're drawing the wrong layer, then yeah, you're kind of screwed. I don't know what to tell you, chat. I really don't know what to tell you. If you're caught drawing in the wrong layer. So here, I'm drawing Gala's cap. The cap itself is supposed to be bigger. So this line over here, I'm gonna delete this line because it's supposed to be like a bigger cap. Like so. And then, because the ponytail is behind, I can also do something else. The ponytail is in the hole over there. But I want to draw the hair now. That's what I want to do. And if you don't like this reference, look for another one. Personally, this reference, I do not like it because it's not the right cap. Always look for the cap that you're trying to emulate. Hi, chat. I found the Lambo cap that I'm trying to draw. I actually fucking found it. This is the cap that I'm trying to draw, chat. And as you guys can see, unfortunately, it is not at the angle that we are looking for because we want this thing to be in a 3/4 upper angle. Because the reason that I don't like the cap being positioned like this, because if we put it like this, like it is right now, it's gonna cover the eyes, and we don't want the character's eyes to be covered. That's the main issue that I'm currently having with this cap. So just like last time, we're gonna have to get a cap 3D model. Assuming one even exists out there. Oh, how convenient, we found one. And on the same website too. Yeah, we literally found one on the same exact website. I'm just gonna do that. There it is, chat. Opacity to 50. And just like that, chat, we got a cap that fits the reference. All we gotta do now is just try to make the cap fit with the whole composition. You don't want the cap to be bigger either. So yeah. There we go. Now we're able to draw the cap. And some of the hair too. Are these the eyes? Those are the eyes and the nose. So we're gonna have to make another layer for this. Because I do not want the eyes and the nose to be damaged. I want to follow the hairstyle. So whenever you're making hair and you already have a concept, follow the hair strands. Like over here, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hair strands that are facing to the right, like so. And then you also got these ones that are on the opposite direction. So in this case, I want my hair strands to be one of them close to the eyes. As you can see, there's 2 of them on the very edges. So that means that on these hair strands, you always have to follow them where they go. Behind the ear, you're gonna find one of them. Let me do an example here. So in behind the ear, I want to make these ones. And then over here, there we go. Yeah, now we're just drawing hair. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 1, 2 in the center. And a little bit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I know what to do. And then one over here. And just like that, chat, we have her hair. Except that I don't want this part of the hair to be behind the ear. I want the hair to be... Yeah, there we go. Actually, I have second thoughts on this on this one. There we go. And keep in mind, chat, we still haven't drawn the cap yet. We still have to draw the cap. And now, that is when we then make the 3D model. But not before doing this. Drawing this kind of hair is a little hard, though. There we go, chat. And then that's when we draw the cap and the ears too. The reason why the artwork looks a little incomplete, it's because we still haven't drawn the ponytail. That's literally the only reason why. But if we draw the ponytail, Alright, chat, there we go. We got the ponytail too. Although I still think the cap should be a bit bigger though. So we got the initial design of the cap, but we want this to be a bit bigger, like this, like so. Ah, that's perfect. I got it, chat. I got the perfect cap. Like the Lambo cap at least. Now it looks like the cap from the concept. Hell yeah, there we go. And we can draw the ponytail too. I want to see how I made the ponytail. 1, 2, 3. Okay, got it. So it's 1, 2, 3. Alright, chat. We're getting the character already. Alright, chat. How's she looking so far? I almost forgot one more thing. Hold on. Hi, chat. This is how the character is looking so far. We doing progress. I feel like that hat was like the cap was so hard to do. For some ungodly reason, and especially in that angle. But hey, we got it. We're gonna keep the eyes in a different layer. We're gonna keep drawing the rest of the thing in this layer, of course. Next, we gotta draw next we gotta draw this part. Okay, there's another one. And remember when I told you guys to always follow this center line? There is a reason as to why we're gonna have to follow that center line. You guys are about to see why. Because now we're gonna do this. And because we did that, also gonna add this line right here. This is what we got so far, chat. So yeah, chat. This is what we're doing right now. And another thing that you guys can do is you guys can always like use lines like these, for example. So you guys can get like a zipper effect or something. So yeah. Let me grab this one first. This is where it's going to go all the way over here. That's where the zipper pattern is gonna go, chat. Alright, this is what we did, chat. This is what we got so far. Looking pretty good. Anyways, now that we have all of this, we already got pretty much almost all of the difficult parts out of the way. I'm gonna do the arms now. And as for the arms, as you guys can already tell, I have to delete this part here. Sometimes lines like these can be a little tedious, but yeah, it can be worth it sometimes, you know? It may look a little wonky now, but believe me, the this whole artwork is gonna be better eventually. How high did I make the? Okay, I did them way too high. Never mind. So instead of deleting there, I should be deleting here. Hi chat. I got a glove. I don't think these parts on the arm are not necessary now that I think about it. Yeah, I don't think they're not necessary. Oh shit, I completely forgot to draw the neck. We almost had a necklace Lamborghini. Nobody likes a necklace Lamborghini. So yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm just tracing the wireframe pretty much. That's all I'm doing right now. So far, chat, low key, it's not looking that bad. Ah, this is the type of shit AI bros cannot do. Imagination. Imagination. Anyways, let's keep making the rest of the stuff. Why don't we? All right, here is where I'm gonna have to do this, for example. Chat, I have a question. What's your favorite? What's your favorite car? I know this is a random ass question, but what's your favorite car? This is a very serious question, though. I need to know your. I need to know your taste. Word of God, if you guys say something like like a fucking, I don't know. If you got if you guys say something like a Volkswagen, so help me God. Volkswagen, brother. Who would want a Volkswagen? Volkswagen's not a bad vehicle, but I don't like Volkswagen that much. Turns out that the paint bucket tool did not paint the eyes properly, so I already saw the error that they had, and I have to like paint them properly. All right, eyes are fixed. I was a little worried for the eyes, but we got the eyes. We already got the eyes covered. Here, this is very important because there is holes on these gloves. All right, chat. We're almost done with the upper part of the body, and then we'll move to the lower part of the body. All right, let's see. The arms could look a bit better, but nothing we can't fix here. Let me take a look at my own. Okay, I see the problem. Doesn't have enough. Yeah, doesn't have enough of this. There we go. The reason why it also looks a little wonky, it's because it doesn't have these lines right here. Doesn't have enough stretch, that's the reason. Okay, now I see the reason why. Looks a little wonky, chat, the hands, but don't worry, this can be fixed with coloring and shading and all that shit. Graphic designing, Chad. Graphic designing. Alright, where the belly button supposed to be? Okay, I see it. Okay. There we go, chat. We're almost done to finishing the line art, by the way. So close. Oh god, now comes the most difficult part, chat. The fucking goddamn skirt. TJ, don't stop. We're on a stream, damn it. But yeah, chat, this is gonna be the most difficult part of the stream. To draw the freaking skirt. But you know what? I'm not giving up that easily. I'm gonna make another layer. Let's fucking go. Where's the skirt layer at? There it is. Okay. Yeah, chat. I'm gonna have a bit of trouble with the skirt. But what size do I have the skirt? 500. So you think maybe this one? No, that's too big. Yeah, it's way too big. Maybe we can have a version without the skirt on, if I'm not mistaken. Because at the end of the day, this is just a concept art. So yeah. Yeah, now that I think about it, I think the character will look better with just the booty shorts. Yeah, yeah, honestly the booty shorts look better. I took a final decision, yeah. You know what, chat? Booty shorts for the win. We're going with the booty shorts. Forget the skirt. Okay. Okay, yeah, we got it. Then we just make them legs. Yeah, like the legs look a little wonky here, so there we go. Hi, chat. And just like that, we got the pose, chat. What do you guys think? I decided not to add the skirt because then it was gonna take forever. So yeah, this is gonna be our character. We finally made Gala. And now that we finally have Gala, we can actually place the coloring now on the character. So yeah. Although I feel like I should have made the legs a bit thicker though. Yeah, I think I should have made them thicker. But then again, people are not gonna notice because she's sitting down, so Okay, merge with layer below. And now comes my favorite part of the whole process, chat. Coloring. Now, what we're gonna be doing, what I like to do a lot is, you guys see the line art? Well, what I do is I select everything around it, not the line art itself, but everything around the line art. Once I select everything around it, don't forget the little parts, that's extremely important. Once I select the entirety of the line art, that is when, wait, don't tell me don't tell me that a place escaped. Oh my god, I think it did. Anyways, Control Shift I, and on grayscale, put the color. Now, if you see that there's a mistake like this, for example, that means that there is an area that is open, and you're gonna have to carefully check which is the area that's open. Like, oh, there it is. There's an area that's open in the line art. So what we're gonna do is just gonna put another line in there, just to seal the area. Try to seal as many areas as possible in order to avoid stuff like that. You don't want your stuff to be exposed like that, because that is pretty bad. Okay, I'm gonna try to select everything again. So select this, select that. See, no other areas are selected except the ones that I just chose. But if something like this happens, none of the areas selected are, yeah. So that means Control Shift I in order to invert the selection. Click on grayscale. And there you go. You have the entirety of the character already ready to add some coloring to her. So that's what we're gonna do. Chat. We already know what we're doing, chat. Before you do that, always remember to check the composition as well to see exactly what is it that you're missing. So we got the grayscale, and we're gonna use the concept that we have next to her, and we're going to select the colors from there. That is why making a concept art for a character is extremely good, because then you can do silly shit like this. I can just make another layer, name it skin color, select grayscale. There you go. You got the skin color. And you can make other layers as well like that. For example, hair. Okay, so the hair. Always go to line art. Select every single part of the hair that you can see. Every single one. And in order to make sure that it gets everything, go to select, expand selected area, and then press 1. Then you paint it like that. And look at that, chat. It is almost clean. It has just a few dots here and there, but you know. And we're not even in the shading and lighting process. That's gonna come later. That is once we make the background that we go to the whole shading process. So right now you don't have to worry about that. Just focus on the base colors. I should be an art. I should definitely be an art teacher. But I'm not doing it, not yet. Sometimes if you don't like the lines for your artwork, like for example, if you think the lines are too wobbly or your lines are too inconsistent, but you don't want to do the whole process again by lining it again, you can always just remove the excessive lines. For example, here I can see a bunch of lines. Reduce the eraser to a certain size, as if you were painting it, and just get rid of them like that. And you don't have all of these excessive lines. Like so. It's a little tedious of a process, but you know, at the very least, you don't have to worry about lining the whole thing all over again. Although I do recommend people to line it all over again. It's a lot of work, but I highly encourage it. I'm just doing this because I honestly do not want to line all of this all over again. That's gonna be a lot of work. We don't have that much time, especially for a 4-hour stream. For example, here's an excessive line that should not be there. Yet another excessive line. And if you see that the skin layer is also like a part of it, always delete those lines. But yeah, this is what I like to do this is what I do for all my artworks. Pretty much. And if I can do it, if I can do something like this, so can you. So you don't have to be like you don't have to be a master at the craft in order to do something cool. You know? You just have to know your you just have to know your composition. That's pretty much it. A lot of lines. There's a lot of lines here. For example, this one right here. But yeah, you're gonna find a bunch of these lines everywhere in your art. Another one that escaped. And now that we did that, I can continue with the outfit. And select these colors for the hat. So here, I'm just gonna call these green. Remember, always select everything with always select everything with the always select everything with on the line layer. I already know I did a crucial mistake here. This line was supposed to be here. And then here, there we go. Another line here that should be deleted. And that is also where I'm going to grab this brush that we picked up earlier. And we're gonna get the zipper brush. We're gonna place this behind the line art. Needs to be bigger. Okay, not that big. Jesus Christ. Okay, we got that. And now, what we do here, all of these zippers that we just did, yeah, delete that shit. Delete the excessive ones. until you have the ones you need. Meaning delete the ones on the far edges. You guys don't have to do this that I'm about to do, but I want to do it for aesthetics sake. But again, you guys do not have to do it at all. I'm going to do it because I want to do it. Yes, I am doing all of this just to give it another texture. All right. The reason why I am doing all of this when it comes to the zippers it's because I want to do this. Where's there it is. And just like that, we got the zippers. And all the rest of this, I just painted the same color. The reason why I'm doing it in this other layer, it's because yeah, the layer that is above us. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's to me it's easier doing it like this. I think there was actually an easier way, but I just chose to do it like this because I'm having more fun doing it like this. There we go, chat. We got the zipper. So now that we got the zipper, now we're gonna go with the gloves and everything else. Oh shit! I almost forgot. Now we get to select everything else to be green, of course. Select and selected area to 1. Select the green color and boom. Easy, just like that. Remember, chat, we're only doing the base colors. The lighting and all that shit comes later. Now that we have that, go back and select every single thing. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Oh, yep, I found it. There it is. This is why you always want to close your areas, chat. Because now when we select it when we select it on the line art layer, like so, it should be easier. Select, bank selected area to 1, and this, grab this color, and there we go, chat. Hey! Hey! I will admit, chat, I'm not the best artist out there, and I'll probably never be. Who knows? Maybe one day I will be. But yeah, so far I just enjoy doing art a lot, you know? It's what brings me life. I really like doing this type of stuff. Eyes. Let's go for the eyes now. The reason why I went for this color on the eyes because this was supposed to be like the lights in front of the Lambo. Yeah, that's what these lights are. Expand selected area to 1. Eyes. There we go. And then behind the eyes, I'm gonna put eye white. I grab the white color and like so, put the white color in it. I remember back in college, I have a good friend of mine, right? And we always had like this joke where we just imagined Emperor Palpatine, like as an art instructor. Like he asked me, "Hey, imagine if Palpatine was like an art teacher and he just saw you drawing, and then he went, do it, blend it with the white one." And we just started laughing because he just made the voice and it sounded so accurate. I was like, what the fuck, man? And then we started this running gag of whenever someone had like a white crayon or one of those things, you know. I think it was called liquid paper. Yeah. The liquid paper. We literally found some. Like we literally found one of our friends, and we always went like as sneaky as we could as possible, and then we went, do it, blend it with the white one. It was so funny. Holy shit, was it funny? Oh my god. But yeah, that's one of the things that happened. True story. My god, it was so hilarious, dude. For the hair, I also want to select these eyebrows because you know the eyebrows are supposed to be the same color as the hair. So I'm just gonna grab that. There we go. Alright, chat. We got the base colors already. We already got pretty much everything. Now all we need to do is just put all of the... We just need to put all of the advertisements and shit. And all that good stuff. So I am gonna do just that. Where is the there we go. Hey, where's the Lambo logo? I want that Lambo logo. But conveniently enough. Control paste. Get that out of the folder. Can't believe I literally left the arrow there from earlier. That's so funny. Is that like... There's no way. Oh my fucking god, it's actually part of the line art. What the hell? Grayscale, get out of here. There we go. Alright, we got the Lambo logo. Close that for a minute. Get the Lambo logo. All of this stuff has to be placed around here. Right, let me put this on again so that I know exactly what I'm doing. I don't wanna fuck up the entire composition. Okay, free transform. Oh, that looks perfect. Holy shit. That looks very perfect. Oh shit, where'd the Lambo? I gotta put the Lambo signature. Which one is it? Not that one. Not that one either. Not that one either. So many layers. This is the problem with problem when you don't name your layers. Control copy. There's the copy. Drag it outside. There we go. Place that all the way up. Retransform. That looks so cool, Chad. This looks cool. I'm not gonna lie. We're already like putting all of the shit on the character, and it's not looking that bad. You even got the Lambo logo. Lamborghini. What? I have a question, chat. What prompted me to do something like this? Turning a Lamborghini Gallardo into an anime character. Into an anime waifu. Okay, then I'm gonna need another Lambo logo. Not that one, definitely not that one, because that one's already fucked up. Okay, grab another one of those, put it all the way up. This is graphic designing at its finest at this point. Retransform. And then opacity 50 so that I don't fuck up the lines. Which one's the line art? Is this a line art? This is the line art. Line art. Line art. So now if I select the line art here and I select the Lambo, I should delete this. There we go. Wait, not yet, not yet. Line art, select the line art as well. Now I get to select the Lambo area and delete. Look at that, chat. Easy. Easy. And now we got the Lambo logo. And now we have to put Gallardo down here. Oh, right. That I almost forgot. I have to put the word Lamborghini on this glove. But it has to be this one. It has to be that one specifically. But first, I want to get the Gallardo logo. Yeah, I want to get the Gallardo one first. All right, which one of these? No, not that one. Definitely not that one either. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one either. There it is. Control copy, get the copy out of the artwork. Okay, chat. We got the Gallardo logo. We just have to increase it in size. Control free transform. And then it's really not that hard, chat. Gallardo. There we go, chat. Gonna grab the Gallardo logo again. Control copy, get the copy out of the art. There we go. And this Gallardo logo, instead of having it here, we're gonna have this one on the lower part here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to delete all of this part. And all of this white outlines, we're gonna have to delete that as well. Because the reason why we need this Gallardo logo specifically is for this part right here. Unfortunately, free transform is not gonna work for this, so we're gonna have to do some. We're not. Yeah, that's not gonna work for this, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to do something wild here for the Gallardo logo. I think the stored is the one. No, it's not the stored. Perspective. It has to be this one. Okay, it's not perspective either. There's also okay, which is to leave it like so. But what I want to do with the Gallardo logo is that I want to stretch it so that it goes the other way, you know? I think I got alright, chat. I got an idea. So we're gonna have these words here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna separate them. Sometimes, as much as you hate doing this, you gotta do it. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do for your artwork to look good. So yeah. DJ. DJ, I never told you you could stop the music. Thank you. Anyways, we got a Gallardo here. Let me just I'd readjust this because this looks a little wonky. We're gonna free transform. There we go. All right, chat. There we go. Now we have the Gallardo logo all stretched up. It's not perfect by any means, but it is something, you know? And now we need the Lamborghini logo, but we need the Lamborghini logo to be, yeah. All right, where the Lambo logo at? It's this one. Control copy, move that all the way up. Edit, tonal correction, hue saturation. We're gonna turn that with the color white. And that one is going to be over here. There we go. And every excess that it has, we just delete it. Alright, chat. We got the and just like that, we got the Lambo logo. Yeah. We're not gonna put the Gallardo logo because, you know, for that, it's on the other side. And then on the legs, we don't have to put those there either. So because that's supposed to be like on the, yeah, it's not close to the thigh. But at least we have an idea, you know, of what, at least we got everything prepared. Oh yeah, under the cap. I almost forgot to put something under the cap as well. I'm gonna do that right now. So yeah, chat. Most of this may look a little amateurish. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, this is mostly how I do my artworks. Hi, chat. I'm not gonna lie. This looks pretty good. This actually looks pretty good. What do you guys think? Chat. Do you guys like her? This is my character right now. So we finally made the artwork. Now what we need to do, believe it or not, we still got time. Now we gotta make the now we gotta make the background, chat. We have to make the fucking background. Before we do that, I'm gonna put everything in a folder because I don't want to do all this shit all over again. And we're also gonna save. After we do that, we're gonna take the character off of the picture. We don't need the character anymore. And now we have to do everything in our power to attempt to even copy this entirety of the background. Unless there was another way. It's not gonna work like that, that's for sure. Yeah, definitely not gonna work like that. Unless I do this. Okay, that does not look bad, but that's not what we need. Accuracy, black fill. We don't need the black fill. Line width. Then there's the edge threshold. So this already looks like a sketch, I'm not gonna lie, but I don't think we should do it like this. I think we should do this another way. What about the black fill? Yeah, there are things that are not visible though. That's the problem. Clip Studio Paint is slow as shit, chat. Holy fuck. I fuck it. We're gonna have to do this by color then. And we are going to lower the opacity. Alright, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do everything, every single thing. We're gonna have to do it by hand. So that's what we're gonna be doing. God help us all, Chad. God help us all. Or I can always just put everything on. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Then I place this here. I place this here. This is for the windows, by the way. Yeah, this is for the windows. Okay. Keep in mind, chat, I'm not even like doing this with my pen. I'm doing this with my I am doing this with my mouse currently. Because we're not supposed to the thing about this is that it's not supposed to be perfect, you know? We just you could say we're kind of winging it. I feel like this thing is gonna be like the one thing that's gonna take me the most time to do. This part right here. The chairs, though, the Lambo chairs. You know what, chat? It's a crime not having the Lamborghini logo on the chair itself. That's a crime by itself because the chairs always have the Lambo logo. That chair needs to have the Lambo logo, and if it doesn't, then that's a fucking crime. So I'm gonna put the Lambo logo once I'm done with these chair lines. It's just a fucking crime. Some of these lines I may have to delete, although some of these I don't have to delete, but there are some of them that I will delete because of the character that's gonna be in them, and so it doesn't matter if the character goes there or not. Alright, chat. So far, I am making the interior. I am kind of trying to make the interior of the Lamborghini, as you guys can already see. Again, there are a lot of lines that are wonky. I'm not gonna deny that, but at the very least, you guys can see how is the process of me making art. I've never done background art before, so this that I'm doing, this right here, this is a first for me. This is my very first time doing background art like this, and it is interesting to say the least. I'm not gonna deny it. Okay, just a little bit further, and we're almost done with the artwork for the Lambo interior. Look at that, we already got the chair and everything. That's funny. Okay, there we go. every single nook and cranny of this goddamn Lambo. I swear to God. Yes, we even have to draw the glass outside. Look at that, chat. We already got almost the character and everything. Like we almost got the entirety of the we almost got the entirety of the thing itself. The question is, shall we make this the same color as the Lambo that we're doing, or shall we make it another color, like the lines over here? I feel like we should make that another color. There we go. I was literally gonna pray for Lady Luck that it doesn't crash. Thankfully, it didn't. Okay, chat. We got the interior of we got the Lambo interior. Now all we gotta do is just pretty much paint this. You know what? I want to see how does the inside of a green Lambo look like. That's what I want to. That's what I want to see. Lamborghini Gallardo interior. Oh, oh, they have different interiors actually. Okay. Oh, the green one is all green. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's fucking go, chat. We can paint this. We can paint this green. So everything that is red, we're just gonna grab that and we're gonna turn it into green. That's funny. Oh, that's crazy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Wait a minute. What? That doesn't matter. It's still gonna be green anyways. Everything that is red is gonna be turned green. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, that explains it. What the fuck? It's not painting? Oh, yeah, that's why. I am so stupid, Chad. Okay, now that we got everything, now we can select every single layer that is not the color that is not the color gray, and we can dye it green. Wait, what the oh my god, I always keep forgetting. Ugh, so annoying. There, Jesus Christ. And then I feel like I should add these lines to the Lambo. Yeah, I feel like those lines are mandatory at this point. All right, for real this time. We're gonna select everything. There we go. No more interruptions. And now that we have everything, select expand selected area to 1. We're gonna dye that green. Holy shit, that looks cool. Check it out, chat. Let's go. And then everything else, not that color black. Jesus Christ. We're gonna dye this into a grayish color like that one. No, not that one. There we go. So now we got that. Everything else that is not currently the color, everything else that is not the color green, we're just going to dye it with this grayish color. Meaning pretty much everything here. Every single damn thing. Except for the outside, though. The outside, yeah, we'll take care of that. Okay, expand selected area to 1, color, and there we go. The only reason why everything looks so dull, it's because it's going to be, all of this is going to be fixed with with shading. That's the reason why. All the things that you see here, that the reason why it looks dull, it's because of that. It's because of the shading that it's gonna have. And then this part outside, yes, even that has to be drawn. All right, there we go. That one will be drawn at the very last because our Lambo is supposed to be green. So yeah, I'm just gonna name this outside color. And then all of this that I cannot select this because then, yeah. Oh, I see. Because that's like a glass. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, that has to be. Oh my goodness. I almost forgot. It is part of the glass, yes, but I am a bit hungry. But the food can wait. Don't worry, guys. Alright, chat. We got everything, chat. We finally got everything. Oh, except for this. Alright, chat. We got the no way. Oh wait, no, that's the color layer. I'm a dumbass. I was a dumbass for not selecting that. There you go. Alright, chat. What do you guys think? We got the base color for the Lambo. We literally got the base color. And now comes the most interesting part, the shading. And we also need to make like a bit of graphic designing here. So we need like a city at night. We're gonna do a bit of graphic designing. Oh hell yeah. Chat, I found the perfect wallpaper. Alright, we got that already. We got the character. All we have to do now is just add everything else. Okay, so that it's nighttime already. So what we're gonna do is we're going to do for our character here. We're gonna have to give her a shading. Night shade. Okay, select everything here. Control Shift I, and here where I selected Nightshade, I'm going to do this. Click it on multiply, because at the very least, this is giving us a feeling that it's nighttime. And then we're also gonna add another layer here. This is the line art, by the way. Yeah, this is the line art. And we're also gonna put this in that color to multiply. Oh, that looks so cool already, Chad. Let's go. Okay. What we're gonna do here in this layer, delete. Oh wait, no, it wasn't that layer. Oh shit. Okay, it was this one. Alright, chat. I was looking so far. And now that we have that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna delete some of this stuff with this layer right here. We're also gonna have to get a mirror. Mirror. Pattern. Let me see if I can find something around here that we can place on the background. I got a better idea. I'm gonna leave it transparent like that, but I'm gonna do this. Alright, I'm gonna do this, chat. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna select this layer and then I'm gonna click glass. This is another part of the. There we go. And then here, I'm gonna also select this. There we go. Then on the character, actually no, on the car itself, Keep in mind, we still haven't done shading and anything else because we're still missing that. But we will do the shading, trust. And then afterwards, we're gonna make another thing here. We're gonna make a gradient. And because it's a blue night sky, it's because it's blue. It's some sort of blue, a bluish. This is because it's some sort of bluish environment. DJ, what the fuck? That was a good song. There we go. Okay, select this on the folder. Control Shift I. And on the gradient, we're gonna do this. The bright side has to be, there we go. Always experiment with exactly what is it that your character's always experiment what is it that your character's environment, like the environment, how it looks like, you know? For example, hearing overlay, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty fucking good. So we're gonna have to do that. And I'm gonna do the same for the environment too. Gradient. Okay, overlay. Delete that. Alright, chat, this is how the interior is looking like. And keep in mind, this is only the gradient, by the way. We still haven't made the other details either. The character, the gradients. I'm gonna do the same that I did. Same for the background too. Actually, no, the background can stay like that, yeah. There we go. Another thing that I also like to do is for the line arts. I like to select a white color, and I like to put add. No, it wasn't add. It was lighten. But right now, that doesn't seem to be necessary. Yeah, the lighting layer doesn't seem to be that necessary. Because we already got the lighting and everything we need. Alright, chat, now that we have everything, now that we have pretty much everything, I'm just gonna start working on the rest of the composition now. First and foremost, we're gonna go ahead and select everything over here on the color layer. I'm just gonna place shading. Start to multiply. Oh, it's because of the gradient, that's why. And I am such a dumbass. I was literally in the wrong tool too. Multiply. There we go. What I like to do is I always like to take out everything else, and I'm gonna separate these by color. So I'm gonna paste this one, and I'm gonna call it green. Now on everything that is green, I'm gonna shade it. I'm gonna select it color by color. I'm gonna select it piece by piece slowly, so that I have an idea on what exactly am I shading here. I'm gonna put this on multiply. Alright, chat, there's a chair. There's the fully shaded chair. Then I'm gonna select this part right here. And I'm gonna keep shading it. This is how I like to shade most of my drawings. Oh shit, wrong layer. There we go. Alright, chat. We got that part. We got that part already. And now we're just gonna make shading 2. Both of these. Merge with layer below. Now we got all of this all completely shaded. And on this one, we're gonna be calling this one gray. And everything that's gray, we're just gonna do the exact same shit that we did with the green color. Cushion right here, this cushion right here, we're gonna have to do this step by step, by the way. So we're gonna have to do... Oh, shit, that's right. Multiply layer. Okay, got that. And then gotta do the rest, gotta do the same with the rest. It's a slow process, Chad, so it's gonna this is gonna take a while. For right now, we're what we're doing is we're literally grading the cushions of the... We're grading the cushions of the chair itself. Okay, grade again. That's the cushion, chat. That right there, that's the cushion. And since this is metal, we're gonna add shine to it. So yeah, most of the rest of most of this thing is going to be dark. So all of this. Huh. Doesn't color, that's weird. What exactly is going on? What? Wait a minute. Oh, okay, I see the problem. And all of this. Alright, now we can add everything else. There we go. But there seems to be one thing missing. The character shadow. So we're gonna have to do that. Okay, what else? What the fuck? Where's the shadow layer that I had? Oh, there it is. Now there's only one more thing to do, and that is to put every single shading on the character. So all of this is background. All of this is literally just a background. I'll place that there. We're gonna. Oh shit, that's right. This is also part of the background. Okay, now that we have that, we're gonna go back to the character and we are going to turn off these. We're gonna turn these off because we're gonna shade the character in a different way. Alright? That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab a skin layer, our skin layer, and then we're gonna make another layer and we're gonna do a clipping mask. And once we get this, you're gonna grab tonal correction, hue saturation, and you're gonna go 40% on the skin layer. You're gonna grab that same color, undo, or if you're too lazy, you can always just, you can always click the color twice here, and you can always have like the value at the very least, I'd say 20. Make sure that it's more leaning towards red as well. So basically what I like to do here is grab the skin color that I grabbed and put it towards red. Yeah, just like that. So that it shows that it's part of the skin. And now, you start shading. From the line art. Alright, you don't have to use the line art. Well, sometimes you do. Because, you are on clip and mask. But that doesn't mean it's gonna go to... That doesn't mean that it's not going to go in other places. So, now that we're here on clip and mask, all you gotta do is just start shading. That's it. You don't have to worry about it bleeding on other colors, though. That's a good thing. And you just start shading everything. That's pretty much it. That's literally how shading works. I learned this trick from a YouTuber by the name of Mark Burnett. He literally shades exactly like I'm shading. I really like his catchphrase whenever he starts his videos. Class is in session. Pay attention. So funny. Fucking love him. Okay, there we go. Alright, you guys can now start to see the shading on the character itself. Now we're going on hair shading. You guys know the drill. Hair shading, clipping mask, eyedropper. Go back to this one. Tonal correction, hue saturation, 40, minus 40. Grab that color, undo. And now on the hair shading, you should be able to do that. You should be able to... This is what I like to do on the hair shading. There we go. What I usually like to do on some of these artworks, I like to do shadings like these for the hair. This part over here seems to be shaded by the hat, so we're gonna have to do that. Ah, stop. Yeah, this is what I like to do for most of the hair that I draw usually. Is the playlist already over? Oh shit, it is. Alright, let me restart the playlist again. Did not expect the playlist to be over in one stream. What the hell? But yeah, I like to put some of these lines here for the hair. There we go. Alright, chat, that's the shading for the hair. Now, on the color black, another layer, clip and mask. Black shading. On this layer, you guys already know, tonal correction, hue saturation, -40. The reason why I always go -40, it's because it is by far the darkest tone that you can go. And yeah, it is pretty good. It's a good shading. It's a good shading tone. Because it doesn't deviate from the color itself, you know, that's why. Oh yeah, I almost forgot the gloves. Can't forget about the gloves either. But yeah, chat. Shit, wrong layer. All right. Next over here. It's not that noticeable, but you start to notice the difference soon. There you go. All right. All right, chat. We got the black shading as well. We still don't have the we still don't have much on the skin shading either, so we're gonna have to do just a little bit of that. Oh shit, that's right, the line art. All right, chat. We got the shading already. We finally got the shading. Now we're only missing one type of shading, and that is the green color. Okay, clip your mask. Green shading. Just like always, grab tonal correction, hue saturation, -40. Undo, go to shading, and start drawing. There are times where you're gonna have to click line art instead. So yeah, you're gonna get used to that. Alright, chat. Okay, chat. We're done with the shading. Now all we need to do is just do the shading on the eyes and we're good. Multiply layer and then gray and start drawing. Now there's only one thing left to do, and that is to put the eye shine. Nah, that doesn't look good. Alright, chat. We got this. We got the eye shines and everything. But I feel like the eyes are a little bit incomplete, you know? I feel like the eyes could use a little bit more vibrancy. Yeah, let's do that. Where's Leiden? Let's add. There it is. Okay, we're doing add. No, not that. We're gonna do chat. I'm gonna select the eye colors. And I'm gonna do something wild. There we go. Now the eyes look more vibrant. And another thing that I want to do in these areas, I want these eyes to be as vibrant as humanly possible. So that's what it is. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing. And just like that, chat, it's done. It's finally done. Chat, what do you think? Pretty good, isn't it? We did it, chat. We finished the artwork. Let me get my signature real quick. Where is the where's the dragon mama? There she is. I'm gonna have to borrow this logo. Thank you very much. Alright, chat. We fucking did it. We have turned a Lamborghini into a literal anime waifu. I don't think I'll be able to do this ever again. But I had a lot of fun though. I had a lot of fun doing this, chat. I won't lie. Although there is one more thing I would like to do though. I want to give this a good old Gaussian blur. This is taking way too long for the Gaussian blur. Holy shit. Make it 30. Let's see how it looks on 30. Yeah, you know what? It looks good like that in my opinion. Alright, chat. We did it. We did it, chat. What do you guys think? Pretty cool, isn't it? Like I said, chat, we turned a Lamborghini into an anime waifu. And that's exactly what we did. So this is none other than Gala. So now that we have that, I'm gonna save this as, and I'm going to place this as a PNG so that I can later poison so that AI bros do not steal this, because I am going to be extremely disappointed with them, like I always am. Please don't crash. I wasted so much time on this and a lot of effort. Okay, thank fuck. Holy shit, thank God. Okay. Well, chat, that's pretty much it, chat. We did it. We finished the artwork. This is Gala. So we just did this today. So yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed the whole process of me making an artwork. Even though you guys in chat were, I'm pretty sure you guys were concentrated on whatever the hell I was doing. But yeah, this is the end. This is gonna be the end of the stream for now. And do not worry, guys. I will find someone to raid. I'm pretty sure that there is somebody available. Let's take a look. I don't know. I don't think these channels are raidable, but Mouse is online. Mouse is live, and there's also Kenji. You know what? Let me see if we can rate. Oh my god, we can actually rate Kenji. Let's fucking go. So, I hope you guys enjoyed the process of me making this artwork, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.